Like the fact that they're often like contentious discussions, or is there some different thing you don't like about it? Like, is it that the conversations are tense, or is it that the actual topic, like what the Earth is, that you're uh, don't enjoy as much?
No. I think the people that do the flat Earth work, I think they're great people. Don't get me wrong. But I'm saying it's not what I specialize in. Like I specialize in helping people that have already like understand like the concept of how flat Earth works, right? And like yeah, it's great, people, continue to do that work and stuff, but it's just like there's more important things to take care of now, especially if you've kind of at least got a grasp for how like flat Earth works, right? I mean, there's things to move on to, and various technologies that you can utilize to better your being as a whole, to you where you can come to the truth more easily than with the current technology. So that's why I think flat Earth is a good stepping stone, like a good like a beginner type thing. I think it's really good for that. But once you grasp that, I mean, there needs to be like progressing levels to where people can come to the complete and ultimate truth. And I think that that side of it is equally important. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I gotcha. That's cool. Yeah, kind of like yes, seeing the bigger picture, because yeah, there's more to all of these like questions and quandaries than just the physical nature of Earth. Like there's so much more. You know, I mean that might be one of the largest size wise, I guess, but yeah, there's a lot of other kind of layers to all of this. Yeah, just to truth in general and spirituality and all of the different components. So that's cool.
I would say like I would say flat Earth is probably like the first stone in the pyramid, right? I'm going to say at the top of the pyramid is like Jesus Christ, right? So like eventually everyone will become Jesus Christ, and then like whatever happens after that is like what takes off after the pyramid. So there's a lot of truth out there, but slowly and surely everybody will come to that, that was given to Jesus to come to it. So it is what it is. But yeah, I think I had sent you like version 5 or something. I just sent you version 7. There's a couple additional things in there for those worthy. So yeah, there's your reward, my good friend.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, are you still taking showers and stuff?
Do I take shower? You mean just what do you mean?
Yeah, do you take showers?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm saying don't do that, bro. It's on the biohazard list, you know what I mean? Like version 7 and all that. So I'm just looking out as a person that, loves you and cares about you, bro. So hopefully you stop harming yourself soon, and you can experience true reality with the rest of us that are here. So yeah, just doing God's work, man. That's all.
I got you. I use a shower filter that has carbon, and it's also got I think it's called KDF, which is a material that removes the chlorine, or at least some of the chlorine. Seems to do a pretty good job. It seems to make the water at least better. So yeah, I use that. And where I live, the water is not like, I don't live in like the middle of a really populated city where the water is even worse. Like I actually, the water that comes from the tap water here actually comes like from the mountain, and so it's probably quite a bit better than other tap waters. And then adding a filter to it, I don't think it's too bad.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'll tell you what the truth is, right? And then you can do whatever you want with that. But the truth is, if it's not, pure distilled water, it's poison. So, yeah, I just wouldn't, interact with any form of poison whatsoever, my friend. So, I mean, that's the best advice I could give you.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I've seen like whole house reverse osmosis systems that store the water in a huge tank, and then when you shower, you're basically showering in RO water. I think there may even be whole house distillation systems as well, but probably costs $20,000, $30,000. But yeah, I have heard of that. Yeah, you
No,
could
I'm
shower.
saying why can't you go to the grocery store, right, and buy a gallon of distilled water for like 60 cents and pour some into a bowl and get you a nice, microfiber rag or something. Just wipe yourself off when you feel dirty. Like, why can't you do that?
Yeah, I hear you. That's an option.
All right, cool. That's what I do, by the way. But yeah, I'm just chilling. I just got done gaming. I play World of Warcraft. We're on patch 1.6, which is like the version from 2005. So it's rather old, but there's a lot of content in it, and like I've been playing since it came out, basically, and I'm still playing the same version of that game on like a private server. So it's fun. I've played pretty much everything there is to play, except for what I'm playing now, which is a priest. I'd never played a priest in the last 17 years, in WoW. So it's a relatively new experience. But today was our raid day, so we had to go into the various dungeons and kill the bosses and stuff there. You know what I mean? So we got some pretty good items and stuff that came out of that whole process. But yeah, we only do that on Saturdays. You know what I mean? So um, every other day, I don't have to game or anything like that.
I gotcha. That's cool. Yeah, there's a lot of sort of those worlds within a lot of those games. That's cool. But yeah, I guess I don't know exactly how that one works, that particular one. But yeah, that's definitely understandable.
Yeah, well, I mean, like everyone's playing it. They just like some people know that they play the game, and then there's like other people like they can like sense that something that more is taking place. You know what I mean? But they don't like fully understand it. And it's like it's nothing that it's not like someone's better than the other person or whatever like that. But everybody has like their resonation in the game. Like everybody, like you don't create your character; the character was created for you, type deal. You know what I mean? So like we kind of role play with that on my server. So we have our own guild, and we have like 40-man raids, and we go in as a team, and we down these 40-man raid bosses and stuff. So it's pretty fun. And then but we have like a huge community. I think we have close to like 750 people now that they're all playing the game and stuff. So it's cool though, because we started as like a Discord group, and the server wasn't even released, and that's how it all started. And now like the server's been out for, I don't know, I think almost 6 months. So it's been half a year since it started. So this is kind of like where we're at today, with the latest technology and stuff. But yeah, it's like it's nice because like on their servers, uh we have our own server, like the private server that we run off on. It's all private, so we can like control and bring it up and down anytime we need to. And we have our own like protections, and we don't have to worry about getting hacked or anything like that. So it's pretty interesting. I mean, like I said, not everyone's a gamer, you know what I mean? But yeah, if you're bored, dude, you can check it out. We play on Darrowshire.
Cool.
But yeah, it's nothing that's not already in your inbox, you know what I mean? So you just keep that in mind. That's all.
Yeah. So I got to step away just to grab some food and stuff. But yeah, I'll be in the chat, and yeah, usually once a couple people are in here, usually some other people start popping in. So
Yeah, I feel you, dude. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I saw you here, and that's why I piped in, right? So that's pretty cool. It does work. I'm just confirming your theory if you thought it was that, right? But yeah, I usually hang out at the round table, man. I do podcasts and stuff over there, so I'm sure you've seen one of my podcasts at least once, right? But anyways, I do a little bit of everything. I'm a member of a bunch of different groups and tribes and what have you. So I'm always busy, but I try to take at least a few minutes out of my day for anyone that needs my help. You know what I mean? So just doing my part, man. And I'm sure you're doing uh, similar work as well. So peace and love, man. I'll see you around as usual.
yeah, man, sounds good. Yeah, I think I'm on the round table. Yeah, I think I've got it on my list here. Yeah, I'm still in there. So but yeah, dude, cool. Sounds good. And yeah, I'll probably be hanging out in here. I'm just gonna step away for a little bit, get some food, but I'll be around. And yeah, it's Saturday night, so we'll see if maybe get a little party going tonight.
Yeah, it's still early. But yeah, I'll see you soon, fam.
All right, man. Sounds good. Cool.
How are you doing, guys? Gio, how are you doing?
What you say, Gio?
Hey, what's up, Brian? I'm just chilling right now, eating some food. What's up with you?
Nothing much, man. Yeah. All right. I'll let you finish eating, and I got something I could be doing. I'll rejoin in about 15 minutes and put out a couple messages.
All right, yeah, man, that sounds good.
Brian, you there? Leaky, yo.
Can you hear me? I'm here. I just couldn't get to my mic, bro.
Remember that test we came up with where we make a straight line of like lights according to the globe math, and then we get perpendicular, or we get to a right angle from it, the side-on orthographic view, and then look at it. Right?
Yeah. I was, I think Bob had the same idea as me. With putting lights, like drawing my line out, like marking a line above the water or something, or right next to the water, and putting lights on it, dude. That was fucking.
So
yeah,
that was Bob's
I remember
idea,
that.
right? That was
That
Bob's
was my
idea, right?
idea. It was kind of
Don't
both of
try
our
to take
ideas, man.
credit. Listen, you get
All right, it was
3%
Bob.
credit.
It's Bob's. Now he had the idea of putting lights on top of it, but I think everybody kind of already had that idea. But it was my idea of of drawing the line and doing like an inverted line, or drawing like assume the water's flat with one row, and then assume the water is curved with another row. So yeah, I remember that, man. We could do that one.
We've been kicking that around the office a little bit. I mean, yeah, that's doable. I think they said with a 6 mile line, and a camera that has 800 pixels vertically, you could see it curving.
Dude, if you wanted to get
If
right
the
down,
line was curving. If not, they say the line's horizontal, so they say it's not going to be curving.
right. You know what? Man, this might be going a little too far with it, but if we could find like maybe like at a salt flat, we could draw out a fucking circle, just kind of get a string, a few mile string or whatever, and draw a viewing radius kind of, and put the lights equidistant. I don't know. I might be going a little too far with that. Like, in other words, still lay out the line, but the ones farthest, like if we're exactly sideways looking at a string of lights at ground level, and they're about, close to eye height, we're looking out at them from about a mile or two away. Wait, how far away are y'all talking about getting? Did you just tell me?
Well, just far enough to see you go to the middle of the line and just go straight back. So you'd have to go 6 miles back in order to see the whole string left to right. If your camera has a 60 field of view of 60 degrees, I think. Yeah, 800 pixels. I think we could get a camera with more than that. I'm not sure, but whether we got to rent one or whatever, we just need the pixels to be right. That way, when we snap the picture of this supposed straight line and we bring it home to the computer, we can tell if it's curving or not.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that ain't a bad idea. But my idea was just is like I said, draw it out. Because the ones off to the right are gonna be. Let's see, if we're 6 miles away. Well, I think we'd have to be about 5 miles away to see them all with a 60 degree field of view. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's roughly close to that. We could do the math, but if we drew like a radius to where they were all equally far away from us. So that way the ones at both ends would be in a little bit closer. And, you wouldn't be able to, as long as you kept them the same height, then they should appear the same height.
Yeah, you really only need one line. You really only need one row of lights for this. You don't even need the level one. That just makes things more difficult and complicated and expensive. All you need is the supposed horizontal one, according to the globe math. All you need to do is make that line. This is a real simple thing, right? It's not complicated. It's not fucking crazy. You make a straight line according to the globe math. You back up, you get an orthographic view of it, and you fucking snap a picture with a very good camera. It has to have 800 pixels vertically. You go home, you line it, you draw a line in a Photoshop or Paint or whatever the fuck, and you're gonna see if it's curving or not. And if it's curving, it's flat. And if it's a straight line, it's a globe.
That is a good idea. I was fucking with Rumpus the other day, and I told him that we should lay out 6 miles, and but just focus in on the last mile, and get all the lights within 1 mile. But then we'll have we should have like more curve at the end, theoretically.
But Jeremy, I got the problem I see with what you're talking about, this orthographic view. Your whole purpose for establishing a straight line is to get away from optics.
That's
so
true.
you're
That's why.
That's true.
Yeah. So
I don't like this. I'm not crazy about this because of the optical aspect. However, this would let us know because of the way we're making our line. We're not leveling it in the middle and going 8 inches squared per mile squared up on each side. We're just doing one side. So if there's some kind of refraction or something happening, this wouldn't be symmetrical as if we did it on both sides. We're going to just start at one side of the line and work our way up. So this won't be symmetrical. So if it's refracting, you can't say, oh, both of the ends were getting lifted up or both of the ends were lowered. Like the refraction is not going to work as an argument for this. You understand?
Yeah. See the difference.
And think about this though, man. This is kind of a thought that almost makes me not even need to do this experiment. Okay, Howard, let's say we lay out some super bright lights, whatever. Just picture in your head a dot above the water, starting off at 1 foot, and then in 2 miles, it's 32 inches. Your dot is 32, or no, it'd be. Well, no, let's just say the first dot is right on the water. Okay, the first bright light. The second bright light is 32 inches up above the water. The third light is 6 foot above the water. The fourth mile is about 16, or I think it's like 16 and a half feet. Fifth mile, blah blah, and then the 6th mile is 24.5 feet or 24 feet above. So the last light's 24 feet, and it just kind of arcs its way down, right?
Mm-hmm.
How could that possibly in your mind be a straight line? How could it be? I mean, if it was a slope, like going from top to bottom and just a straight slope, but you got a line that's curving upward. And that's what, if you were to lay out a flat line over the surface, that's what it would have to look like. Don't that kind of fuck with your mind a little?
Well, no, if it was just a slope, it would be, a linear function. But since it's a curving surface, then it's exponential.
To me, in my mind, it's like that almost proves a flat Earth without even doing the experiment. Kind of, it's like just thinking of slopey, of a arc, or even parabolic, whatever you want to call it, parabola. How could you make a straight line out of that in real life? Let's say if you were to try and tie a string from, let's say you could stretch out a string from beginning to end, super tight and super straight. If you'd have a big gap in the middle from beginning to end because of the arc.
I didn't follow you on that one.
Okay, if our first line is on the water, second one's 32 inches, third one's 6 foot, the last, we work our way up to 24 feet. How could
Yep.
you pull a straight line? How could it intersect all them points? Even if we could, I ain't saying we can pull a line that straight, but theoretically, if we could, it wouldn't intersect all of them.
Well, no, that's what we've talked about. The the line, if you were, attached at both ends and pulling from one end, the line would never leave the surface. It would actually try to cut into the surface.
But in my mind, if you were 24 foot high with one end of the rope and 0 at the other, okay, halfway
Yeah,
would
yeah.
would be 12 foot, but that's not what you get. You get 6 foot. You'd have a gap. So what I'm asking is, how could you ever? How could it be a straight line when even if you had a straight line and pulled it tight, you couldn't make them points intersect, no matter what shape we're on.
Well, now that works out on paper. If you draw it out, you draw, scale the 8 inches per mile, then
Yeah,
it works out.
it's kind of a mind fuck, though, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
In a world where an arcing line is actually straight.
I was curious what you were talking about on gyms. We were talking about the sextant, and was I understanding that what you were saying is you don't have to refer to the almanac to get the GP of a celestial body?
Well, if you had Polaris in your sight and you knew and you're on the ball, you just had to determine which way the stars are going. And for longitude, you could just refer to the other 3 stars. But here's my main point was why would you even need the horizon when the horizon could be refracted or anything else? Just if we're on the globe that we know we're on, then the horizon at 6 foot is going to be about a few arc seconds. It's easy to do the math. We wouldn't need to do all that bullshit and fucking bring the light down, bring the star down to right on the horizon. All that would do is enter in error and shit. If my point is if we knew how high we are, all we'd need to know is the time. And I mean, if we knew the exact curvature, the horizon would be insignificant, would be irrelevant. It'd be a problem more than anything, because we could easily calculate on a ball with 3959 the slope or the angle to the horizon. It's easy. It's
Well, but you still wouldn't know the GP if you didn't have the reference. I mean, that's what the almanac gives you, is the GP of that celestial body at a given time.
Yeah, but Howard, if you knew which way it's going, then just draw a straight line just line your map up, okay? And you know that and on the globe, it's a perfect, basically 69.1 miles per degree, because it's the ground curving. Then you'd know if a star is 30, or let's say 60 degrees above my head, and I just multiply 30 times 69, it'd be like 2,000. I could draw a circle from there. And in other words, I could trilaterate if I did 3 stars.
Yeah, but what heading would you draw that line to?
Straight to me. I mean, it'd be a circle. I would go straight.
What is straight to you? Is it 272? Is it 184? Or what is your compass reading? And what direction would you draw that line to that GP?
I would I'd do the degrees apart. And I'd just draw a straight line to line of sight. I'd just line my map up with a star above me. And I don't know. It wouldn't be impossible to line up some of the stars above you, or the stars off in the distance. It seems like you could use the stars to make your map, basically, if they were so consistent. But that's not the way they did it.
But what if you were a couple of degrees off on each star? I mean, you really wouldn't be very accurate plotting your position.
Yeah, they don't line up perfect anyway, man. They're different. They don't know exactly what the fucking shit is. They don't.
No,
In my
you can end up, a few miles off anyway.
dude, the best sextant guy. I mean, old man who's been using them his whole life said, that he'd be lucky to get within 20 miles of anything over like a few hundred miles.
Yeah. Yeah, of course,
They
everything.
make it sound like it's so perfect. It's not as perfect as they think.
Yeah. Yeah, everything I know about it is all just stuff I've looked at. I really haven't ever held a sextant. I
That's a good
understand.
point. I haven't either. So I really, I'm kind of
Yeah.
that's an honest answer. I'm going off what I've heard.
Yeah, yeah. But what do you think about the point that Jim made about, for 6 years we've heard we can't tell the shape of the earth by looking at the stars, and now we're using a sextant and looking at the sky to tell the shape of the earth.
Like I said, to me, in my mind, since and in your model, you have to stick with lines of parallel, and the sextant proves that because you can't draw a curved baseline. So you have to use lines of parallel to imaginary positions to do the math, period. So you have to stick to them lines of parallel. So in my opinion, even if it doesn't prove a flat earth, it debunks a globe because your model violates them lines of parallel, man.
But the thing is about that baseline, you're just taking a line of sight to the horizon, which is a straight line. You're not drawing a line from your feet around the curve. You're doing it line of sight, which is a straight line, and then deducting that the drop factor and the refraction calculation or whatever that is.
Well, you didn't watch the video then, man, because I just offered a formula to get the distances where you could triangulate. Because like I said, there's a way of doing it on the globe, but it's kind of funky. It's extra steps that are fucking, in my opinion, unnecessary. The sextant is pretty much triangulation. That's the way it was invented to use. Now
No,
you can use globe mass and trilaterate, whatever y'all want to call it, but you still need to triangulate. You still have to measure angles, no matter what.
no. Well, you're just measuring an angle is not triangulation. Triangulation is using sines and cosines and figuring out the lengths, the lengths of a side of a triangle. Just because you're taking angles doesn't make it triangulation.
No, I disagree. That's the definition of triangulation. Is measuring angles.
Well,
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. There's a technicality where you could say that you're not technically triangulating because of it, but really you are. You don't have to. You don't have to. Just because you don't have to, they're arguing apples and oranges, bro.
But the trilateration point is that you're taking the intersect of the baselines to get your position, and that's trilateration.
It's still you're drawing an arced circle basically. The circle ain't even level in my mind. You have to cut a section of the globe down to a spot, man. It's a mind fuck, man.
Yeah, that circle of equal altitude is actually dissects the sphere.
All that's unnecessary though, man. Just triangulation is all you need.
Yeah, I don't know if you could draw that out on just a map or something and demonstrate that. That would make a good video.
How do you think they do it? How do you think they bring globes out to see? Why do you think they have to put a disclaimer on them globes, bro? They don't work. You cannot fucking take a globe out and triangulate from it. That's why they had to put the disclaimers on the motherfuckers.
No, they do it on a map. I mean, a map on the table. They get the GP and figure out their baseline, the length of the baseline, and they make 3 of those observations, and where those 3 lines meet, point to point, is your position.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it. I understand what they're talking about with using it on a globe, but it's just a bunch of unnecessary math. All that shit's unnecessary. It could theoretically work, it's fucking unnecessary, man. All that drawing straight lines down to the center, that's horseshit. You don't need to do all that. I've never heard anybody say they do it like that except Bob. That's the only motherfucker. Just because you could do it on paper, I don't think people do that shit in real life. I'm being honest. Maybe
well,
I'm wrong.
I mean, every demonstration, I've watched 3 or 4 videos on it. Then, they make them, some of them could be hour long, but just the ones that are like 7 or 8 minutes long that talk about the use of it, that's what they show.
But what he's talking about, that's not even just trigonometry. That's that's calculus and trigonometry and like fucking next level fucking shit right there, dude. But if you don't need all that to be able to work a sextant. You need to know math. You need to know how to triangulate. And but the way he's saying, you need to know calculus. You got to move your fucking axis around and all this other shit. It's just, I don't know. To me, it's all unnecessary. Just because you can get it to work on paper. I know they ain't doing all that shit out there at sea. They're doing triangulation. It works.
Well, like I said, if you did that, actually do it, map, just put out a piece of paper on the desk and draw that out. I think it would make a good video if you could demonstrate what you're saying.
I mean, you're talking about all the extra math?
No, just do what you're saying to do without.
Just triangulate. I mean, watch any video on a sextant, bro. You fucking get the angle, and it measures down, okay? And from that point down from the star on your flat map, you draw a circle. If it was what they're trying to tell you is, if it was a globe, them circles wouldn't work, and it wouldn't work on a flat map because there's no curve or nothing. It wouldn't be the same circle. That's what they're trying to tell you. You got straight lines. You don't have one line curving down 40 miles, another line curving down 600 miles, and it's just a flat map, and you triangulate. Yeah,
it's all based on latitude, longitude.
I know.
I mean, they're not like using a classroom globe to do it. They're using a flat map on the tabletop.
Yeah, globe don't work, man. Okay, I want to see you make a video and chart your shit on a globe. Just try. Don't do it. Try and find somebody doing it.
But it's a straw man because they don't use a globe. They use a flat map.
Well, it's the same thing, right?
Well, not really.
No, it ain't. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Okay. Anyway, I just had a few questions, and it got so heated, and it's kind of toxic over there. So sometimes it's hard to get the details that you want out of a conversation.
Yeah, it's funny. It's fun talking to Jim, even though I get heated, because he generalizes like crazy. Like everybody knows this, and everybody like, everybody knows this, but look, we're not competing against you guys. When I'm arguing with him, I feel like, it's just new technology and a whole new set of minds going out retesting the Earth against motherfuckers who are just falling back on the old fucking on the old motherfuckers, with no technology and shit. It's like, look, we're proving with new technology, all this shit, that there's a problem here. Let's get to the bottom of it and join in with us and shit. And the closest thing we've got to people joining in was they come out with the camera crews and all that, and then show a bunch of horse shit on TV, dishonesty. We proved it. They show a fucking laser to a fucking boat, and then you catch a fucking off scene, and you see the laser right where it's supposed to be, and then they show a little boat out 1.5 miles or whatever, and they do the math and show you, look, the lines are missing, and then upon further inspection, the horizon's way behind that little boat. I mean, it's a bunch of fucking deception, dude. I can't believe that people don't see it. So we're trying to get people to look into this shit with it. Instead, we're getting flack.
I don't think that the crew that actually did that Netflix thing, I don't think that they were paying as close attention to detail as they should, and I don't put a lot of stock in it either way.
Yeah, I understand that, but most people do. They just think that it's an open and closed subject. If it was an open and closed, I promise you I wouldn't be here if it was that simple of a subject.
Yeah, that boat with the lines on the piece of paper and the horizon behind it, yeah, that was a fuck up, if you ask me.
But it's that freaking damn mindset that most people have. They look at that. That's all they need to see. We know it's a globe. We know As everybody says, we know it's a globe. No, we don't. You know, like I said, we're going up against old. You know, it's new technology, new minds up against the old evidence, and it's not even fair to them. They don't have the technology we had. They don't have lasers. Fucking, they don't have the boats with the motors and shit where we can get to places, and they, you know, it's landslide. So it's so easy to disprove all their old shit. We now with all the people out shooting, it ain't just one guy in one spot. We're all over the world, you know, multiple days showing the horizon, moving around, you know, trying to improve the science and shit and show what's really happening with, you know, with the lasers, long distance, seeing them bend up and all this shit. It's just like all the old information is needs to be updated, man. And it's not. It's just taken and just making it a globe. Like the worst is people using maps or GPS to try and prove. Like earlier, Ruhif was trying to prove the shape of the Earth, saying with the with data from his you know, from multiple towers with gradients, with air pressure, and it's multiple towers. He's saying, you know, this is raw data, and people think raw data means out in free space or something. I'm like, what people don't understand, and most people anyway, don't understand it. Look, you're mapping this raw, you're calling it raw data. You're showing me the data, and you're showing me station 1, station 2, station 3, and you're saying that shit's elevated, you know, to certain heights and all that. But you're having to compare the towers. The information is no good at all with one tower. You're having to check the towers relative to each other. And the question is are them towers on a level plane or are they on a globe? Because if you map out the data with them towers flat Earth level, you're going to get inverted data. If you map them out globe level, then you're going to get the set of data he's showing me. He doesn't understand that every measurement is a relative measurement. There's no such thing as a measurement that is not a relative measurement. So even with satellites and shit, GPS, they're saying, you know, so are these satellites up ahead? Is the next one or the next two in a line? Are they is it a straight line to them satellites? Are they equal elevation over my head, or are they globe equal elevation over my head? Because if you map them out, if you program them to show flat and, you know, if they're the same elevation, like true world same elevation on a flat plane, you're going to get different information. But then if you say that they're on globe, if you know, if they're curving overhead, like if they're traveling, are they going over an arc or are they going straight overhead? Because you're going to get inverted data. Now you can make it work on either one. In my opinion, you'd need more corrections if you were to do the globe and the world really is flat. And it just so happens they do have to make adjustments twice a day. You know, you look at the details, you look real deep in this shit, and you see that there's anomalies, problems. It's not such a coincidence that there's such a good explanation and a problem we could point to if there's a globe. With every subject, we could point out problems that people ignore. But anyway, that's my long speech. Jim's funny though, man. I mean, when he's sitting there saying something, I'll be like, fuck, you know, he'd be like, when he's getting heated, and then I get heated. But it's listening to him is funny though, man. He's like, he speaks for the fucking. He don't speak for one common man. He speaks for everybody, man. When he talks, don't he? He's like, how would you know,
Yep.
little old you, against 200 years of fucking science and shit. I'm like, I don't know. Did you bother to look at my at them lasers that I showed, Howard?
Yeah, I looked at it earlier today.
I mean, to me, I was expecting an argument like at night they're doing that or something. You know, I wasn't expecting him to just say they're not fucking bending upwards or refracting or whatever, because clearly they are.
Well, if those observations were presented with the detail about, here's where we were, this was our, our elevation, and this is how high we were above the water, all that kind of data. But, it's just, showing a picture of it, there's just room for all kinds of speculation.
Yeah, I know, but that, like I said, that blue one that I showed was just that. It was a screenshot out of a video where he showed the height. He measured it with a fucking tape measure. He had multiple cameras, time synced. He showed, that they're both seeing the same thing. He got off one of them because the one previous to that point was raised. So then they did the one with the detail, because everything we do, it's like, no, you got to do this and that, and show your height, show the temperatures and all this shit. It's like, no matter what the fuck we do, that's why I asked him, what can we do? And then he tells me what to do. He said, I was like, what's the problem? He said, reflection and this and that. So I said, so, okay, so now if I go back out there next week or whatever, and I prove to you the fucking angle of the laser, and I prove that it's not a reflection, and then he's like, no, then this. I'm like, see, so no matter what I do, you're not going to accept it, That's what I got out of that conversation.
Yeah, if you could take a laser and were able to culminate that light to where it stayed a tight beam all the way across the observation and could strike a target, across the water, that would be definitive, I think. But there's always an issue with it.
I agree. Wouldn't you agree that we couldn't consistently show upward refraction? I mean, if it's culmination, wouldn't you agree that we'd sometimes see it bending downward, or even equally going down as it is up? I mean, sometimes we'd at least every now and then be able to show some kind of fucking downward anything if it's supposed to be curving around the globe. That's the whole point is for the Earth to be curved, there has to be Earth curve. So the lasers have to be being blocked. No matter how it's doing it, it's not being blocked. So if it's the laser beam optically bending or whatever, then to make that claim, shouldn't the ball be in your court? Like, look, we've shown that the lasers and the mirror flashes, line of sight shit, is we're seeing. We're demonstrating it. So shouldn't the ball be next in your court to show that no, it's bending around the ball?
Well, I don't know. I've seen several laser demonstrations, but I really haven't seen anything definitive. And FE Core did that deal, and everybody picked that apart to the point that it was insignificant. I really haven't seen a definitive, certain laser observation. Everybody says that they weren't where they said they were supposed to be, and
bro, nobody picked FE4 laser apart. Bro, that was 26 miles. They're pointing to one test, bro. They did several. Not several, but they did a few. They're pointing to one problem and one test and saying they picked it apart. That is fucking insanity, dude. To just look at the evidence and over 26 miles to think that it explains us seeing something over 26 miles is fucking crazy.
Who did that? 26 mile.
FE Core.
What they wound up saying on that was the actual observation that they showed on the video was not the 26 mile observation.
Who said that? Tell me, who said that?
I don't know. I think it was on Pandas where they brought it up and talked about it and picked it apart right after they published it. Several people looked at it and they said that wasn't actually where they were. It seemed like somebody from FE Core confirmed that what was on the video was not actually the 26 mile observation.
Yeah, I've heard this.
I may be wrong about that.
I've heard that. All that I hear is no, that got picked apart. Just like with Crow's lunar wave. Sean just makes up some shit, dude, and I just happened to be fucking listening, dude. And I'm glad I did, because he's like, no, he's like seeing the lunar wave. He's like, fucking Crow. This guy lives next to an airport and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about, man? If he actually watched it, he'd see that Crow thought it was a fucking airplane at first, and encouraged other people to do it and all that, and went and dissected it. And for Sean Hawkins just to say that, if I hadn't been there to snuff him and say, okay, where does he live, Sean? You say he lives next to an airport. He's like, I don't know. He's got to live next to an airport. Look at that picture. I'm like, see, you're lying sack of shit. Then the word starts spreading that, oh yeah, we debunked that. We fucking debunked that, and it just gets all out in your community that that's been debunked. When in reality, it hadn't been debunked.
Well, what is the significance of the lunar wave anyway? What does that mean?
I'm just making an example of what y'all are doing with the FB core shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I never understood what the significance of the lunar wave thing was.
I mean, I just thought it was cool as shit. It to me, it just was another mystery. It's the fact that it happens near equinox, and you catch it. I think it's been caught a couple times now, not on equinox. And yes, we have seen planes. It's totally different. It's distorted, fudged up shit. This was a nice, smooth fucking ripple. It's looking like a refresh rate or something. Two of them, and they always come in pairs. Like to me, it's just part of the mystery of what we live in. It's like to me, it just put me in a place where like kind of looking in awe up at the heavens and not claiming we fucking know all this shit just because we worked out a model. I don't know. It humbled me a little bit, man, when I seen that and nobody could explain it. It was humbling.
Yeah, I've spent. I don't know if I was to add it up. I've spent probably 10 hours just looking at the moon through my telescope, and that's minutes at a time. I wouldn't sit and look at it for a solid hour at one sitting, but I've looked at the moon a lot through my telescope, and I've never seen anything like that. Not that I was even looking for it, but I think I would have noticed it if I had have. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I went back and looked through my shit and I didn't catch it either. I mean, it's obviously rare, but a few people have caught it now. The numbers are growing, but it's still not that many people, dude. It's rare.
Well, are they saying that it lends to the theory that it's a projection or something like that?
I don't know. I mean, I've heard theories. They don't know.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, if it was, but I guarantee you that somebody from the globe, they'll tell you exactly what it is, eventually. Well, it's this, it's exactly this, they know everything. So they'll have an explanation for that, and there's no question in it, period. In my opinion, though, man, like the flat earthers are they're the version of true science today. We're the real skeptics. We're questioning fucking everything. Some of the shit is easily proven, whatever you want to call it. But a lot of things, man, are they're assuming it's facts. Stars, the planets, all this shit. It's just a model, man.
Well,
It's a model.
what flat Earth is going to have to bring to the table? I mean, and I say that they'll have to bring this to the table to get the recognition and consideration of what I guess we'd call the general public would be. I mean, you can question all these things, and that's good. But if you say that it's not something that is said to be, then you're going to have to prove that to have a position on it. You know what I mean? I mean, if you just say it isn't this,
Yeah.
then that doesn't, when you can demonstrate it's not that, this is what it is, and you can demonstrate that, that's what'll will, will convince people.
Bro, it's hard. It's just really hard to imagine what else we could do. I mean, it's look at the fucking because when we got people like Jim, I mean, if you showed the shit we show to people, okay, they're gonna know that there's no hump of fucking earth curve when you show a laser. And if that don't work, when you show 10 times, 10 different lasers, and you show 5 different mirror flashes from different places, different people, and a normal person is gonna fucking be skeptical, like, whoa, But then when you got fucking catcher's mitt, like Jim's like a catcher's mitt for skeptics, to just reassure them that no, we got it right, just to deny their own fucking eyes and all the hard work of people, and then take it to fucking the Senate and say you're gonna spend whatever money necessary to stop the shit because it's spreading like fucking fire. If they Senate hadn't fucking I mean, dude, if this shit hadn't, it's I don't know, dude. They're making a fucking joint effort, spending money and to clip information, and
Well,
it's
see,
not just on planet Earth.
what about this? We talk about these 26-mile laser observations and 6-mile laser. If the claim is 8 inches per mile, then why couldn't we just do a simple, like put a laser 6 foot off the water and shoot a target a mile away, and it strike the target either at the same elevation as the laser, or it'll be 8 inches high. So
Dude,
why
that's
do
an
we?
easy one. That's
Yeah,
a simple
well, I
one,
mean,
bro.
Well, why can't we do that?
They
I don't
did. 50 people have done that, bro, and even shorter distance than that. Plenty of people have access to little lasers. They fucking stepped it up, man. Like to just overwhelm the bullshit that's in our obstacles. Like they went 6 miles, then 10 miles, then fucking 11.5 miles, and then we got flack for that. So then we switched to mirrors. We found out fucking about the mirror flash, a lot of sight. And
Yeah.
dude, no matter what the fuck we show, no matter fucking what, there's a bullshit excuse for it. It's insanity.
I haven't seen the short, like the 1 mile observation with the laser. I haven't seen that. That's why I was asking about it.
Hey, Left Lane, did you ever watch those 3 videos I sent you?
Um,
And then that other one with the guy who controls societies with manipulation.
I did watch the ones on the space station stuff, and I pretty much had seen all of that, and it's just kind of a limbo thing for me. But
Really?
but I'm glad you mentioned the other one. I was on my way home that day.
Yeah.
I queued it up. It's in my mailbox. I'm glad you sent it there, but I forgot to watch it.
Yeah,
And
please watch it. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I just want to watch it. I sure do.
Hi, Brian. How you doing?
Hey, how are you, man? I'm good.
I'm chilling, man. Just Data was talking up a storm in Nathan, so I just had to get out of there. He wasn't letting anybody talk, so.
Surely not.
He's got good shit to say though, man. I'll sit back when he's in there.
Yeah, until he kind of like ramps him. He's got this like he charges himself up kind of a thing, and he's good for a little while, and then it's like you just can't stop his fucking mouth, you know.
Yeah, I hate man. I don't mind when people say something because if I go to interrupt, I'm like, yeah, let me shut the fuck up, because when I'm listening to people, and oh man, the worst thing is when somebody just keeps repeating something when you're trying to respond. They're like, show me, show me, show me, show me, show me, and it's like, motherfucker, I'm trying to shut up.
Right. Yeah, he doesn't do conversations very well, but he is.
No, I
interesting
didn't mean that toward Dana though. Just real quick, but I didn't mean that toward him. But as far as dominate the conversations, like he jumps in, like he'll jump right over you, man. But I like him, man. He's got good information, man. But he does dominate the conversation. But I'm one to talk.
So, Rig, who was that guy that was talking to QE today on Ballbusters?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't part of that.
Oh, okay.
You mean the person that left angry?
Yeah, he got. I think QE booted him, maybe.
Okay, so there's a guy called Robert Bassano. Is that the guy?
It may be. I did.
Okay.
That caught the
Yeah,
tail end.
that's got to be it then. Okay, so Robert Bassano, he is one of the pioneers of just general research. He put out a video like 5 years ago of like calling a bunch of NASA phone numbers trying to get like answers for some of the stuff he researched. And he basically pretended that he was like some kind of student trying to do research on
Yeah, he was a
something.
grad student.
Oh, okay. Then I guess he was. Then it was all legitimate. But he's trying to do AI on photographic pictures to I don't know what kind of research he was doing, and he said that the pictures that he found actually looked identical to each other, and he wanted to know how that was possible because he was looking at the Sophia and the what was the other one?
Himawari.
No, not the Himawari.
That's
Talking about the telescope, the Hubble.
The Hubble,
The
yeah,
Hubble?
yeah. So it was about the Hubble, but then he found out that the Hubble was having issues. So he looked at the Sophia's ones, and they found out that like a lot of the pictures were identical, like basically just renaming them from one apparatus to the other. So he called.
Yeah, no, they're using different filters. It's just fucking data, just different filters.
Right. So he called this dude. It turned out to be like the fucking director of the Hubble launch mission. So, or whatever his fucking name was. He basically admitted in that phone call that he had never seen the Hubble other than like leaving his laboratory, and that it's not, you can't view it in any way. There's no footage from it, and all he basically gets back are pictures and ones and zeros. So for the last like 30 plus years, he admitted that it's possible that it's not really up there. Like he basically said it, and he had this kind of like, oh shit moment. You could hear it in his voice.
Also, let me just
he
add
don't
on.
even have a
Hold on,
direct
Brian.
feed.
Brian, hold on one second. Let
Go
me
ahead.
just add on that the Hubble's the Hubble went up. The Hubble and Adobe Photoshop share the same anniversary. Could be a coincidence, maybe not.
Well, it's also not on their launch mission. They've got some kind of international space launch database or something like that. And apparently Hubble never made it to the list. There's literally no record of it launching. So it's possible that it was just never up there, and that's why they supposedly had technical issues with the lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Hubble is Sophia, dude. That's been proven. The pictures are identical.
Well, somebody came in here with some rhetoric. I don't know if it was Biodual or one of those types of people. They said that there's a new type of technology with the telescopes that they're able to basically get as much accuracy from our own atmosphere as you could from like thousands of miles in space.
Well, we got the black hole images from telescopes through the atmosphere, which is fucking ridiculous. But anyways,
Well, I'm actually of the opinion personally, and like I know a lot of you guys are not, but I don't think that our P900s or telescopes get a really good view of what is up there. I think that a lot of the pictures they send us or that we can find are fake, but some of them
Have you
are
looked through
real.
one, bro? Have you looked through one yet?
I have looked into the astrophotography community, and I've tried to find their raw data and what software they're using, and I've downloaded some of these softwares, and I see how they do it. They'll strike a position in the sky, and in their little observatory, they'll basically take a picture over the course of like a day or two. Right?
Let me tell you something, man. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
This is
then
very
they
important.
take-
It's very
they take a
important,
bunch
dude.
well, hold on, let me finish. They take a bunch of pictures, and then they assemble all those pictures together into one image, and then they use like this other software to clean it up to make it look cohesive. And the end result is always a compilation. It's never just one picture, by the way.
Let me tell you something though, man. And I heard you, but I got a P1000. I can see fucking Jupiter, okay, and it looks like a fucking blurry, tiny version of what the fuck. Not really, but this what they see is just a bigger fucking version of what I see. Okay, what they're
Mhm.
showing you ain't what we see. They're talking about their P1000 out of focus. That's bullshit. It looks just like I could make out the red spot through my fucking P1000, dude. They show you.
Mhm.
Okay, you can focus in on Jupiter at max zoom and move and go to a star. It's almost impossible, but and them motherfuckers are not out of focus, dude. I can see Saturn, the fucking rings. It's a bright
Wait,
glowing
show,
ass
show me a
whatever
picture
it is.
if you can do that, because they absolutely would be out of focus.
They're not. I'll show. Hold on. Can I screen share?
Sure.
I'm gonna have to grab my camera because I don't have them downloaded. But I
I
can show
mean,
you look. I can show you the fucking moons, the little dots around Jupiter and shit. It's not out of
well,
that's
okay.
horse shit.
If
They're
it's
lying, dude.
if it's not out of focus, then it's just not large enough to get enough resolution out of it. Is what I mean. Is that like it's like I see a lot of people throwing around these images of like all these like gyrating dots of light, and I'm like, no,
That's
that's not what
stars.
that is.
That's stars. Look, if I look at Polaris, it's the same thing every time. These ain't out of focus. It's like that's where they start talking about frequencies and trying to match the frequencies to the stars, because what you see, like Polaris has a little hole right in the middle of it. For P900s, P1000s, they're fucking little balls of energy, whatever the fuck they are. What they're showing you is horse shit. I promise you that. And we see the
A lot
planets.
of them
The
are
planets are like the
horseshit.
stars. The
Okay.
planets are not like the stars, bro. What we're seeing is in fucking focus. It's a Jupiter. It's small because it's not like a giant telescope. But you can, like I said, you can make out the red dots. You can see the little dots. The red storm, whatever they call it. You can see that
Yeah.
some of the time.
The
You can
storm
see
that
the
never
little,
ends.
yeah. But the
Never
one that's like
moves.
tidally locked to but that my point being is that yeah, what we see is not out of focus. That's horseshit. The stars are different from the planets. What they show you for a star is horseshit.
Well, what I was trying to say, Brian, is that the pictures that people are showing on the flat Earth side, I don't agree with those. Like the ones that just look like a big blot, or
No,
like
they're like,
these different
well,
patterns and stuff. I don't.
well,
I
you
just
gotta
don't.
watch it. You gotta watch the video. It's an oscillation, man.
I
Every star
know.
has its own little oscillation. It's cool to see, and it doesn't change, bro. You could go night after night, and each star is gonna have a fucking like a certain frequency, and it's gonna do the same
Well,
thing over and over.
I
It's
understand that the frequency may be consistent, but I think that with better optics, that is not what you see.
What do you think? What do you think we would see? Not a planet. I'm talking about a star because they're different.
Well, I guess it would depend, right? But I'm pretty sure it's just like a dot of light.
Sirius is a dot of light. Sirius doesn't have any oscillations and shit. It actually, but it's not quite like a planet.
Well,
But no,
that's
you can
okay.
make
That's because Sirius is it's the brightest one. So you have
yeah.
more light to take in to resolve what it's actually putting out.
Anyway, man, they're scared, dude. When you get I recommend you getting a camera just for the stars. It's fucking so fucking cool, dude. The stars and what
Well,
you see, man.
what I
And
would
it's
want
not
to
out
do
of focus. I
is get
promise
a
you, it's not out
I
of focus. Here's
okay.
the thing.
Well, okay.
Like do through the
All
full
right.
zoom,
All
the
right. All
full
right.
zoom at the
I'm
moon.
good. You
All right,
whatever.
okay, good.
I'm not trying to be offensive, Brian.
Did I offend you? If I did, I apologize.
No, it just you seem very defensive.
Well, I've got a camera, and I was just recommending that you get a camera. I didn't mean to offend you. I really recommend it. It's cool to see through them, to see what you see. We don't. It ain't out of focus. Like I said, Jupiter's the same thing that they show. It's just smaller. Okay. Let me give an example, man. Down to earth example. Go to JW Astronomy and look at. He's got the best telescope, amateur telescope of anybody on YouTube. And see what Jupiter looks like. Okay. Now shrink that. That's what you see out of a P1000. They're not like stars. The stars are unique. And see what he shows you for stars. And see which one's out of focus. But I really recommend you you know get the get
I
one.
don't see I don't see the contention in what Riggs is saying versus what you're saying.
All I'm saying is that I see flat Earth using a lot of arguments sometimes aren't necessarily arguments, and then the pictures that they show I think is one of those. It's not you're not using the right tool to represent the argument in the first place, is what I think.
I would say that's fair.
Remember that any telescope or any of these cameras, they're not reaching out into space or reaching out across the ground. They are zooming. It's just a form of zoom. They are the light it catches. It's blowing it up. It catches more light. It's just a focal point. And so some telescopes have a bigger focal point. They're not going to change what you see for the most part. It's just people misunderstand, in my opinion. But I don't think it's proof of anything. But it's proof that the stars are like a mystery to me. Just they're fucking oscillating, and they all have their own oscillation. And that'd be a hell of a coincidence to look at every single star, and each one of them has its own oscillation, its own little colors, and it's fucking crazy. It's neat, man. To me, it's just more of the mystery. Adds to the mystery, man, in my opinion.
Man, Saturn is really interesting though, isn't it? Those big ass rings.
Looks like a light bulb, like yeah. Saturn looks weird as fuck, dude. Of all the things up there, like the sun through a filter, and Saturn looks fake as fuck to me, dude. It's like, what is that, dude? Saturn. It's like, what? You can see the rings, half of the rings, because it's always tilted, but it looks like a light bulb, man. Looks like a glow in the dark. I don't know. It is weird. Yeah, the P1000 could get 5 little moons, man. Little twinkling dots. Maybe they are fucking little orbiting little things. They do move barely, but they move just kind of back and forth. So they might be orbiting, whatever the fuck they are. But
What do
you'd
you
have a
think
hard
about
time.
sunspots?
I think NASA shows one little picture every day to try and make it look like they're
What do you think
rotating around
about
the
them?
sun. I think that they're doing just what the moon's doing. It's like a 1/4 turn of a wagon wheel. If you do a 1-day time lapse, you see the sunspots fucking wagon wheeling, just like the moon. But there ain't
So,
hardly none.
but they
There's
change
hardly
all the
any. Ain't
time.
been in a while. Yeah, ain't that something?
I would like to see how it changes over time. How they open and close like wounds, or just how that works. I think that'd be really cool to watch.
It would be. It looks like a couple people caught like flares. I've never seen like that. If you look at the fucking
Yeah, you don't see
sun
the
with a filter,
flares.
if you look at the sun with a filter, it looks like a cue ball, dude. It looks fake as fuck, dude. It looks so weird. But the sunspot, there ain't hardly no sunspots, man. You
Well,
gotta.
I'm watching this guy that you told me about. I'm watching his stuff. Now, by the way, this guy does not have the best stuff. Like, he's got some good stuff, but there was a guy that Druss put me onto, and he's got a setup that's really insane. I think he's in Australia. And let me see if I can find his content.
Yeah, I'm interested. I'm definitely interested in that. Like I said, you're just gonna have basically a bigger lens, a bigger mirror.
Right. He has a big one. He's got a big one in it, and he sets the exposure, I think, to like a couple days. So he gets like, he tries to take pictures of like nebulas and stuff.
It's up there. There's shit up there, but just it's, you look at the sky with even you don't even need a freaking if you go to where it's pitch dark all around you and look at the sky, it's fucking amazing, dude. You could take a flashlight and it looks like a pointer, dude, where it's dark and there's the whole sky is just fucking. It's amazing, man. It's fucking breathtaking in my opinion. There ain't nothing like that around the cities and shit. You got to go way out to see the natural sky. But you see the fucking Milky Way and all that shit, nebulas, clouds, fucking crazy.
Well, can you imagine what they see with those huge telescopes we don't have access to? Can you imagine?
Yeah, like I said, man, it's just blowing up the light that's there. Like if you got something as good as about 50 times zoom or 60 times zoom, all you're gonna do past that point is just enlarge what you're seeing. At most, I don't know. They're probably picking up some shit that we don't see through that size zoom. But like I said, when I've seen Jupiters, they're just bigger circles of what I see in my P1000. In my opinion,
I think what the Catholic Church does is they have all these huge telescopes, and then they'll find and they'll pass it off to their buddies to say, "Oh, look, we predicted this new thing, and now it's visible just as we predicted." And it's I think it's just a big cover story,
bro, people think that they've landed on a fucking asteroid. Like, you kidding me? The asteroid moving fucking, 80,000 miles an hour or whatever direction. Like, really, dude? We landed on
What
it.
do you
Yeah.
what do you think is silly about that? And I'm not questioning your belief in it, but I mean, why is that so far fetched that it's impossible?
Why
Anything
is it
top
not
secret.
far fetched?
Any information that's top secret or fucking you can't see data, you can't. You should question some of that shit, Howard. There's a reason that everybody don't have access to things.
We're not talking about something that's top secret. They showed it. I mean, they showed film. They showed video of it. So it isn't like they're trying to hide it. They showed the world what they did.
You saw it on TV?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't go up there and watch it.
Neither can they, bud.
But why?
Bro, look at the rockets. You see what they do. Just watch a rocket launch, okay? With skeptical eyes. Okay?
Yeah.
And time how fast it goes up past the tower and just look at it how long before it hits the cloud. Just watch a bunch of them. You can't tell from one, but dude, they're going up, making a fucking turn and just leveling out and going out of sight. I could argue they're dropping once they get about 100 miles because I'm about 110 miles up the coast from one, and it was starting to drop, going parallel with my vision, directly up coast.
What about the ones where like Red's Rhetoric and them's done where you watch the gas plume spread out as it goes into the vacuum, and I mean, not think that's possible. I mean, how do you think that the rocket exhaust would look if it went from the atmosphere into a vacuum? How would that look?
Bro, I see the gas plume following the ship from where I'm at. Like I said, I'm about 110 miles north of Canaveral. I'm directly up the coast. When it goes up the coast, and I'm at a slight angle. I mean, I almost could say I got a perfect fucking orthographic view, but maybe not quite perfect, but maybe. But it's going level, okay, and it's about the height of fucking maybe a little higher than airplanes. It's being generous. But at what point is it going straight across the ground where it winds up in fucking space, Howard?
Well, at whatever elevation it needs to be in orbit. But that's what I was asking seriously. What do you think that the exhaust plume would look like as it went from the atmosphere into the vacuum? How would that look?
How could there be? I mean, I don't even understand how you could ignite anything in a vacuum to begin with. To say it's in a vacuum, I will say it's lower pressure up there. It's lower pressure. It would look just like it looks.
Yeah. I don't know. It looks interesting to me to watch that rocket and the exhaust go from,
It is
you know,
interesting, bro. It is
a
cool.
tiny,
I will give you that.
yeah.
It's amazing to see, man, that plume cutting across the sky. But my point is when I see it going up the coast from my house, outside my front door faces the beach. So I see it, going up the coast basically, and it shouldn't be gaining in altitude. Okay, if it's going straight so fast that it's gaining altitude, it should go up. It's got to get up at some point to hit orbit. So I can't see it going down 110 miles north. Plus, I think it should get to me a little sooner, but I haven't really done the exact math on that. That's speculation. That's just kind of skeptical. I got to
Yeah.
time the next. I could be dead, dude. That'll be interesting, dude. The next launch, man. Remind me the next launch at Canaveral, and I'll try and time it because I can go to Google Earth and just draw like a fake straight line, and show a compass of where I'm at, and then show how far south it is to me, and we could time it from when it launches. I can't believe I ain't done this yet. But it's usually they don't go that way, but lately they have been, and I could time it, and it might surprise me, but to me it took a little while to get to me, but who knows, man. I certainly can. There, without a doubt, I can get a good approximation of the speed it's going, according to what they're showing, just by seeing it launch. None of that's fake. When they show it launch, there's people watching that shit. It might be off by a few seconds due to TV or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
I can most certainly mark a spot when it reaches my line of sight. Let's say I face dead east, and show that with a compass, and right when it hits that point, I could stop the stopwatch and check the speed it says it's going with the speed, with the distance it is away and the time it took to get to me. I can't believe I ain't done this already, man. What kind of flat earther am I, dude?
Yeah, you need to get that shit done. So what do you think about the boosters landing back?
I think they fucking need to hire a motherfucker who can keep a camera on.
What about the people that are there watching it happen though?
It's offshore. There ain't nobody watching that shit. Well, yeah, out in the boat, maybe.
There's lots of people watching it.
That ain't not around here. There ain't.
There's lots of people there watching it happen.
I seen a light following the. If you watch the launch here, down here in Florida, you could see a light following the rocket, but it looks like a big ass helicopter or a plane or something. A big bright white light. It's just following it. I don't see it. I didn't see it go down to the ground, but it makes its way, way the fuck up here where I'm at. So I don't know where they say it's landing, but I don't know where they claim that it's landing at. How far away from the launch site?
Well, the two small boosters land back on the ground, and then the main booster lands on a platform out in the ocean. No, I had to kind of stay away from that because it's such a gray area. There's no one out there with it. You got to rely on the cameras. But the small boosters land back on the launch pad.
You talking about the helium boosters? The ones with helium in them that float down? No, I'm just kidding.
Silly goose. Yeah, the ones that make the sonic boom right before they land. I don't know. I just think that's freaking. I mean, that is unbelievable technology that they can land a fucking rocket back down on the ground ass first.
Just them going up there like that is amazing fucking technology, But it's just like I said, it's just not. There's a big jump when you start talking about landing on asteroids or putting rovers on Mars. I see what's going on. It's a fucking badass rocket, badass technology. But I see something going across the sky that looks like a fucking airplane, dude. If you time it, if it didn't have the glow, you'd think it was a fucking airplane, dude. You know, maybe I'm looking at it from with clouded vision, man. I will always at least consider that, but I do think it's cool. But it's just
Yeah,
a big jump to start talking about landing on asteroids, bro. To me, that's a
yeah,
huge leap, in my opinion.
yeah. I don't remember what year it was, but I got to go. We used to go to Daytona every year for vacation, and we got to go watch a rocket launch when I was a little kid. And I can't tell you what year it was or anything, but I can tell you that I do remember feeling like it was like someone was beating on my chest when that damn rocket took off. Man, it was fucking
Oh,
awesome.
it's loud, dude. I'm surprised we
Yeah,
don't hear it when it gets to here, man. But yeah, from Daytona, that's real close, man.
yeah,
That's pretty fun.
yeah. It was like a rapid sequence of big explosions as it was going up. It was crazy, and just like I was just in awe. But I was a small
You
child. I
can
don't
make
remember.
the argument that anybody up close. You can make the argument that anybody up close to that would die.
Yeah. Well, if you were close enough to it, you would probably. But yeah, it was pretty fucking awesome.
Dude, the guy, my old best friend when Wolfers and shit first came out, dude, he had like 415s back then, and it was awesome and all that. Well, he never got out of that shit. Okay, now we done lived our lives and shit, and you know this is like 25 years later, man, maybe even more than that. And I go to do a concrete extension for him last week, and he's got these trophies. He done bought this Suburban and decked it out, dude. In his door, he's got a 12, a 10, and an 8 in each door. Where the radio console is down there, he's got a woofer pointing out by your feet, pointing out toward the door, under your feet. And then he's got, I think it was 12 12s in the back. And he's got four lithium, the titanium, the big battery looking, the titanium lithium blue fucking shiny ass batteries
Yeah.
that are, and then he's got four 750 or like I think 75 amp fucking starters or 400 something amps, like four times the size of normal starters. He's got, or no, three of them, three badass alternators. I meant alternaters, and he's got two batteries up under his hood. But anyway, so he's like, check this out, you know. So I go when I priced it for him. He takes me around the block. He turns this shit on, dude, and it was like fucking torture, dude. Torture. You couldn't see, but I couldn't like say stop, or, you know, or out of law, you know, I had to be. It was like I couldn't. It'd been like tapping out, dude. If I'd have made him turn this shit off, but like in between beats, I'd have to try and catch a fucking breath, dude, and it felt like I was floating on air. The seats vibrating, and my feet and my ass are just like floating, dude. I'm just floating in this fucking truck, and man, it was the craziest thing ever, dude.
There's
And I think he said it was
anti-gravity.
100, yeah, 160 decibels, man. And I said, dude, what? How many decibels will kill you, dude? Because that was torture. I felt like I was about to die. And he said about 170, and that made me think about the rockets and all that. Because as much as he had, much juice as he had, they ain't nothing compared to them rockets, man. They're way over 170 decibels, man. They could kill the shit out of you if you were right up on them. And you can't dampen fucking power like that. You could try, but you know, if you're riding on that rocket, you're that close to that power, man, it would turn you into jelly, in my opinion. Just from hearing my buddy's sound system like that, and I was like, no wonder he's got all these trophies. He's got a club. They got a club. They meet and all everything. That's their hobby, and so they got all this money. They're older, and so they got the best of the best. You know, what can I do? But to see what they can do with it is it's it's not even cool, dude. It's torture. Like if you want to torture somebody, lock the door and don't let them out. You kill them after a while, or make them wish they were dead. Maybe they get used to it. I don't know. But it was insanity, dude. I don't even hear that good.
Brian, have you talked to anybody about modeling, like making a AutoCAD or just some kind of model of the Earth, using your measurements and what possibly could be, and how the the gradient is in the air and all that?
Well, I'm working on it, man, but I'm not going to do it with a computer. I mean, eventually I could integrate that, but I'm trying to start from total scratch and just judge by what's underneath the Capricorn equator, and I'm just trying to look at. I'm going to try and map just the sub-solar points, and then work my way out to. I mean, dude, when you start doing this, you could see how they would think, how it would just have been easier to map it on a ball, dude. Like, flat out easier. Or how they could have easily made the mistake. The math is so much harder doing it from a flat perspective as to just saying, fucking look that angle and I mean this latitude.
Well,
that's the easiest.
unfortunately, like how our vision works is spherical, so it just kind of like is a consequence of being able to see.
It is, man. And there's it's like that's why I say I feel like God's got a sense of humor, man. The way he's made this place, man. It's how could like concave earthers have such a great argument for their model, and flat earthers have such a great fucking argument, and globe earthers have such a great argument? How can we all have such a great fucking topics and points, and shitting on
Follow
another
the
person's
money.
model? I mean, it's just shit you can go out and see, dude. It's like there's strong points for any way you look at it, man. You could shit on another person's model, whether you could prove yours or not. And it's just like, man, it's like this place is. I'm just starting to think it's like an extra dimension, like 4 dimensions or something, man. The way it's set up, because it doesn't make sense completely. But I'm trying to make sense of it, man, on a flat Earth.
Well, someone that would be good to talk to, Brian, would be the Stingray, because he built that flat Earth model on his ray tracer software, and he was always trying to get flat Earthers to give him information to help him do that model.
I told him
And
what to do, man. He might have did it and come up with something. I told him exactly what to do, man. And he was just being like, nah, man, I ain't fucking doing that. And I'm like, he might have changed his attitude and started asking for advice. But when I tried to give him ideas, he fucking brushed me off like it was a waste of his time.
well, yeah, I thought he was actually interested in getting ideas.
This was a while back, though, that I'm speaking of. So maybe lately he is. But it's that damn pesky third dimension, man. No. It's that damn limiting, pesky fucking third dimension, man. Gets him every time. No. I'm trying to come up with, like, this is just my opinion. I started to put it in this last video I did, but I'm like, nah, it's a little out there. It's like, to me, the reason they can't get these video games and this like Stellarium and all this shit looking right, it's fucking disorienting, dude. It's like a drunken view kind of, and they've got these video games so close to reality, but it's still disorienting, man. It's because they're missing something, man. And they start with some kind of presupposition, and it's like, I don't know, they're missing something, because it shouldn't be that difficult to simulate what we can film or record, man. It shouldn't be this hard to make something that looks exactly like real life, as far as it's just perspective. So they're missing something, man, in my opinion. And it's probably something that nobody would ever notice except maybe a flat earther just coming just out of left field with an idea, man. It's just something.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm actually been thinking about getting involved with modeling stuff myself. So I got a pretty good computer, and I can understand how like a regular person at a convenience, they'll use a flat surface, you know, make a video game or whatever. But um, there are some very distinct differences that would make it more realistic, and I think I could help.
If you seen him try, like, if you seen him try to map it round, like they did that with that one
Oh,
game, dude.
it never looks right though.
It's funny, dude. It's like,
Yeah.
man. I don't know. In my opinion, like Stellarium too, man. It's like when you're out, you try and go out there in space or whatever. You try and turn your angle and shit to show something. It's like fucking like turning. It's like what the fuck. I'm glad if my eyes work like this, dude. Then man, I don't know. I don't know what I'd do. If I seen like that, man, I'd probably get training wheels for my shoes.
Have you ever have you ever talked to or reached out to Iru Landucci?
Man, I'm trying to get in with them. I want to talk to Iru. I'm just trying to get a little bit further with what I'm doing, and I'm a little further than what I'm showing. But so I'm trying to get a little bit further. So my next step is I'm tying in the terrestrial refraction with the stellar refraction because on both models, my model it breaks down when you get to like they say the sextant, it starts losing accuracy at 60 degrees. Okay, well 60 latitude, like 30 degrees vision. So, and I noticed my shit even with my formula, yeah, it started fucking up when I got like a little past 60, but yeah, it started deviating, and I don't think that's a coincidence. So what I'm trying to do now is I think my celestial refraction is kind of getting tied in with terrestrial refraction when you start talking about shit closer to the horizon, So that's what I'm trying to do. I've already had the terrestrial refraction part worked out. That was easy. It's tying it in with the celestial refraction to make it work down to the horizon on a flat Earth because it doesn't work on a globe. If I can make it work better than they can, to me that'll get people's attention, and that's where I'm at right now, man.
Well, Iru has I mean, as far as I know, I think Iru's probably already modeled all this stuff. He just doesn't tell anybody. I think he's modeled the whole gradient and everything. Because he was doing this, he was modeling this shit like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. And he's always very thorough in explaining why and how things look this way or that way. And he backs it up with visual evidence and models. And it's like it's clear that he's holding back, in my opinion. He's holding back when he's showing people stuff.
Yeah, he's blew my mind a couple times, man. Like when he showed that nonstop flight from down to Sao Paulo from I forgot where it was from, but it was like, man, that's not what we should see, even if we don't figure out what it is, like that was devastating. The way he pointed that out and showed on the map where it's coming from, where it's going, where they're claiming the great circle they're claiming that it's doing, and what we're seeing in the sky. No. That was powerful. I don't think a lot of people, other people take certain evidence, but yeah, that I'm on that page. I like seeing things like that, man, and mapping and all that. I will talk to him, man, when I get done with this, man, with this tying in the terrestrial with the celestial. I think I'll get some attention then.
There's another guy I've been wanting to get a hold of, Seventh Day Truth Seeker. He's a very ingenious person.
Is that Rob Durham?
Oh, is that his name? I don't know.
I think, dude. If that's who it is, yeah, he's fucking nice, dude. Him and Hero,
I mean-
him and Hero both.
Do you have access to him? Because I need to get a video off of him.
No, not right off the cuff, man. Let me see. How can I get a hold of him? You know, why don't you leave a message in his very recent most video? Leave a comment and
He doesn't have a channel anymore.
oh shit.
Seventh Day Truth Seeker doesn't have a channel for the last year or so.
Dude, they're dropping like flies, man. Broke my heart when I found out Brian Austin Lambert got shot in the head. I couldn't fucking believe that, dude. Like he kind of predicted that shit. Like he's straight up in his videos. He's like, "Suck it, controllers, suck it." He's getting out information. He's like, "They don't want this information out there, but I'm gonna give it to you anyway." And if you want more information, you know, you're gonna have to pay me this, that. But he said, "Just free my conscience. I'm gonna tell you what's up," you know. And it's like, man, looking back at everything he knew and what we've
What's
stumbled
his name
upon.
again?
He's Brian Austin Lambert, but he's fucking deader than shit, dude.
I don't know that guy.
Like, he predicted, he showed that he called this video the undecillion amount of people who would be here if any of the stories were true. If we,
His
like,
name
even
is
the Bible.
Brian Austin Lambert 33.
Yeah, but you're not gonna find any of his shit. And if you do, you let me know, because I'm searching high and low. But he had a 24-part series about flat Earth and plasma and the reset. He called it EMCO, the electromagnetic. He said it's like when the poles switch positions and whatnot.
I don't believe in the poles switch.
Well, that it wasn't all based on that. I'm just trying to narrow the argument down.
But
It
I
was
imagine
electromagnetic.
I do believe that there's possibly resets that that you know the people know about.
Yeah, he said like a red sun, blue sun era. Like, and he backed all this shit up, dude. And like he's talking about, he showed like liquefaction and why in the Bible it says, you know, build your house on fucking stones. He showed where on the fucking map you need to be. You need to make sure you're on bedrock, and because of liquefaction, and he shows how the maps change and all that shit.
Hey, his
Way ahead of
videos
his
exist here on Bing. Here, I'll send the link.
time. Awesome, dude.
It says
Hallelujah.
it's YouTube, but it looks like Bing copied the YouTube video and they hosted on theirs because it's still there.
Awesome, dude. You got to watch that 1 through 24 or 1 through 30.
Well, this one's part 1 on the coming. It's called.
That's all there is part 1.
Well, it's 3 hours. It's 2 hours. I don't know how many others there are. I'll have to look. I literally just looked like preliminarily. I'll have to keep looking.
Are you gonna post it? And
I did. Oh,
awesome,
that's
dude.
welcome lobby. That's welcome. Well, here is I'll post that, but then I'll post. This is the video, the number part 1 right there.
All right. Yeah, dude. So if you ever watched that, man, he was talking about like it took me a while to come
He
to the
said
conclusion.
flat, concave, spherical, hollow, expanding Earth, everything solved, and catastrophe. 100% correct.
dude.
Working model. Okay.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
Like he freaking you know, pretty much pointed out why people think this, that, you know, and he's like,
Okay.
you know, ultimately
I had
the
never heard of
water.
this guy.
He's like to the concave, you know, he's showing how like the elevations expand toward the south and showing the atmosphere dip and all that, and showing how you know, pretty much the water's flat for all the flat earthers. The water's fucking flat and it's a celestial fucking dome, like it's the globe part. Well, I don't know if he said anything globe, but he's trying to. I mean, he did a good job of tying it all in, different aspects, way better than I'm butchering it right now. But he showed how the numbers, how if you just double the population, like twice of what the doubling rate even is, how he figured it out to be like 100 people if you just went by the Bible and started with 2 people and did the doubling rate like every 40 years or something crazy, way past what it is. And And Jaron did a video about that not too long ago. I think it was an older video he did, but I think he got that from Brian Austin Lambert, unless he come up with it himself, which is very possible. But it's like just looking at the numbers. It's, in a lot of cases, the numbers don't lie when you're just looking at simple shit like you know population rate and things like that. And it's so far off, dude. How can you argue something that's so far off? You could try and say war. I mean, the amount of people that would be here. So he shows that what's going on right now can't be more than a few hundred years in the making. It's not possible from what we've seen. And then he shows. I mean, I'll butcher it if I keep trying to explain it, but he's ace, man.
All right, let me see what this is about. I'll let you know if I find any more, okay?
Absolutely, man.
So, Leaky, do you like the thing where we get a side-on an orthographic view of a string of lights that's supposed to be straight according to the globe math? Like that's the only way we can make a straight line, really, is to do it by according to their math. So, see, they know where a straight line should be in 3D space. You know what I'm saying? We don't. We can't do it. We think we know where one is, but it's the line that they say looks flat, anyways. But their flat line should be curving crazy to us. Like we can make that line curve. That line would be curving crazy on a flat Earth. So this isn't like the normal lines. Usually we level the line in the middle. This line starts at the end. This is fucking doable, man. Kosho said you got to be 6 miles. You got to do a 6 mile line. Be 6 miles away from it, about, and make sure there's at least 800 pixels going up to down. I would like to get a second opinion on the math though, because Kosho's he's usually pretty good, but you know, we don't want to base the whole thing on that. Because you have to make sure that the line's going to deviate at least out of the pixel that it's in. You're going to want it to deviate a couple pixels, right? So I'm thinking we could even, I don't know how many pixels in like a P1000 or 900 or whatever, but I'm thinking even if nobody in our arena had a good camera like that, which we probably do, but even if no one had like a banging ass camera like we need with the pixels, you can always just rent one for the day. I don't think that's not even really expensive. And the beauty of it, the beauty of it is they can't use refraction because it's not going to be symmetrical. Like that curved line. Well, for them it is symmetrical. Like they're saying it's a straight line, so the line is actually symmetrical for them. But for us, it's not symmetrical at all.
Jeremy, I could listen to you all night, man, but I just can't talk right now. But
No doubt.
I'll join in about 10 minutes. If you're still around.
essentially making a cord hanging in free space instead of going through the ball. I've always thought there was something to the cord because that's that's their straight line. So we know what they think a straight line is. We know what we think a straight line is. They say our straight line is. They say their curved line looks straight though, but we've never made it like this though. I don't know. I mean, we got to do something, bro. This hanging those lights things on the pole on the posts. This is fucking easy. Like this is an easy one. It's all like, what are we gonna see though? What do we expect to see? You know, Xanax says perspective is gonna make it look like so they're straight lines curving. Deadass, he's been saying that. Some of them are saying so. Some of them are saying their straight line would be curved. Other of them, some of them are saying it's so little you won't be able to see it. But then Kosho ran some numbers, and I mean, I think he said with an 800 pixel vertical camera with a 60-degree field of view should be able to catch it. You know, if you make it a rectilinear lens or something, I don't know. I don't know shit about cameras though. Gotta do something, man. You want to be sitting here arguing with them about, about sextants or, all gravity or something in 5-10 years? I don't. It's on us, Leaky. We can't blame our parents. They didn't have the resources and the necessary tools. They didn't even know about this shit. So we can't blame our parents. Our kids could blame us though, because it's our turn. We have to make it happen now. We have all the resources we need to make this happen. To get to some kind of definitive answer here. So, I mean, the future of the children is on our shoulders right now. You know. We could brainstorm, put something reasonable and feasible together. That'll definitively show something. You get some posts every 50 or 100 feet. You put a fucking little LED light, however many lumens it needs to be, and you just make it go straight for the according to the globe math, and get on a side angle view and take a picture. Like, this is easy compared to some of the other shit we talked about doing, dude. This is a fucking piece of cake right here. This is nothing. Depending on what lights we need, we might be able to do this for like a couple $100, bro. If somebody's got the camera. This is cheaper than anything I've ever even seen. Cheaper than sending a balloon up, probably. I think a balloon costs like a G or $800 or something. This would probably be cheaper than that, bro. You need posts.
Hey, who said that the fucking that the straight line is going to be curving?
Xanac. Due to perspective. Not even joking, bro. Can't make this shit up, man. Can't make this shit up, bro.
Ain't that kind of a mindset for you when you think about like the 6 mile line? 2 miles it's up, 32 inches. 3 miles it's up 6 foot. 4 miles it's up like 12.5 foot. And then it goes up to 16.5 foot, and then 24 foot. How could that be a fucking straight line? You can't.
In their
even
mind,
connect
it's
the
a
dots.
straight line. I know, it's crazy, right? How crazy is it? I thought of it last night. We were talking about this for hours. I'm like, yo, how crazy is it that they think this is a straight line? Like, that's fucking bugged out. That shit's bugged out.
Shouldn't you have to be able to connect the dots for it to be a straight line? I mean, shouldn't you be able to have to connect end to end and there be a fucking straight shot? But yeah, on paper they could make it work, but it's a mind fuck, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. They think that shit is a straight line. It's gonna be going up at that crazy rate, and that's in the end. It's all gonna be all those point lights will be on a straight line. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, dude. I think if this is done right, somebody mentioned infrared and sensors and shit. Like, yo, that's a good idea. Is like, I don't know.
Yeah, nowadays that shit ain't that expensive. It depends on how much they want to spend, man. I'll pitch in or I'll help do it. But when I was
Bro, this
talking
is something you could fucking do. This is easy right
Yeah.
here. You
Yeah,
could
it
do
is.
this alone, bro.
I can't do it right now though, man. But if nobody
Like,
beats me to it, I'll do it
I'm
in
saying, like,
spring.
right now, go outside of your house. It's fucking like 11 at night. It's like 10 p.m. or something.
Yeah,
Go
I have to wait
get
till
on this
daylight
real
now.
quick.
But I'll tell you what though, man.
6-mile stretch, and then you need somewhere where you can get level with it or
Yeah,
higher.
what I was trying to tell Rumpus is like we're gonna basically lay out a 6 mile line, but then we're gonna disregard the first 5 miles. So we're just gonna be At the
Why? No,
last
you
1
need the
mile.
whole thing.
No, but think about it. It's like I was trying to get him to think, like, if we laid out posts starting at the 6 mile mark, you're still starting at ground level, and then it's more curve than the first fucking 5 miles, but the water's still curving at the same
So why
fucking
even
rate.
do the first? Why even do the first 5 miles of the line then?
Because the posts will be more spread out. But what is the water fucking
Yeah,
curving
but if
more?
you're
Or
only
something?
worried, if you're only worried about the last mile, fucking just you can just make it to the last mile.
It doesn't
Just do
make
the
sense.
math according to the last mile.
I was trying to get him to see that before you even do the experiment, that it's going to be a different amount of fucking curve on the 6 mile, except the water is doing the same shit everywhere you go, not sitting there flat, right?
Yo, could we just start? We should just wait. Could we just start with the math at the 6 mile and then keep going up? No,
That's what I
that
was wanting
wouldn't
to
be it.
do. That's what I was wanting to do. You would barely have to change the angle of anything.
Yo, that's brilliant right there. What you just said, I think. Hold on, I need to think about this.
It's food for thought.
I think you can just start with like the 30th mile.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Start at the fucking 30th, 50th mile.
Yeah, but you'll be up so high though after 1 mile. We got to have lights on post, bro. You can't how high up you think you're going to get a post?
Yeah, that's why I was
We
trying
could
to
use
keep
a
it
tree
within.
line. You know, we could use a tree line of a forest or something. You know how you get a tree line?
We got to keep it within about 8 miles. I think 6 is a pretty good number, but we could probably stretch it out to about 8 or 10.
No, but I'm saying you don't even need to do the first 5 miles or something.
Yeah, that's the whole point. And then perspective can't play a fucking role because we're only looking at 1 mile.
Yeah, that was Zanek's argument that if you square yourself up in the center of the line and walk backwards so you can see the whole thing, the light in front of you is going to be, 6 miles away, but then the light on either end is going to be 9 miles away. So something with perspective. I don't know, but I'm thinking now we can just start at the 6 mile, because from mile 6 to mile 7, that has to be a straight line still. There's all these points you do, it has to be a straight mile. And the farther out it is, the farther, when you start hitting the 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9th mile, that's when it really starts fucking curving crazy. So I'm going to pitch this to him at Jim's fucking right now. Maybe later. I might do it tomorrow.
Well, you can pitch it too. If we go, let's see, if we go from 6 to 7 miles, we're just starting at the 6 mile and going to the 7th mile. It's going to be, hold on, it's going to be.
Just pretend you're at the 6 mile. You pretend you're at the 6 mile, but you just started at ground level, so you don't got to go up too high. You know what I mean?
Right, like a tangent.
Yeah, just be like, yo, I'm at the 6 mile right here. It doesn't matter, because no matter which mile you use, that line still has to be straight. It may not be going horizontal anymore. You know what I mean? That line may not be horizontal anymore, but it doesn't matter if the line's horizontal. It's all about if the line is straight or not.
Yeah, we're just taking
saying?
We're taking the Earth curve and we're dropping it down to ground level. We're not changing nothing else.
You know what I'm saying though? If we did it my way, where you started at the first mile, that would form a horizontal line. This one where you start at the 6 mile, that's not. I don't think that's going to be a horizontal line anymore. In fact, it's definitely not going to be.
Right,
but it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be horizontal. It doesn't have to be.
If they want to, we can change it 1/10 of a fucking degree. It's not going to make no difference, man.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be a horizontal line, though, is what I'm saying. It just needs to be a straight line, regardless if it's horizontal or not. It just needs to be straight.
Yeah, changing the angle that little tiny bit ain't going to affect shit, dude. We're still going to see if it's straight or curved. So they can try that, but
I'm
6
gonna
miles
go.
1/11th of 1 degree. So even if we change the degree or we change the angle, who cares? We're not changing the Earth curve, right? Think about it.
Yeah, no matter what,
no matter what,
that has to be a straight line, regardless if you start at the 6 mile or the first mile. or the 100th mile. It wouldn't matter where you started. That line would have to be straight. It might be going diagonal. It's definitely going to be going like at a diagonal direction, but whatever. Who cares?
So I was trying to think. If
No,
we're
that's
to,
good thinking, Brian.
listen, if we're going to bring it down, let's go the 9th and 10th mile, because that would be about a 25-foot 1 mile from the ground to the top. Would probably be about 20 feet or something. I know it's going
Yeah,
to be
you
about
don't want to
12
start
feet.
getting too high in the air, is what I'm worried about. 20
Well,
feet's
between
pretty
5
high,
and
bro.
6. Yeah, well, no, between 5 and 6 is a 12-foot difference.
You know what
It's
you do is,
25.
you know what you
Good.
do this on a tree line, and you just you could use stakes for the lower ones, but you would plan it out for the higher ones to make sure it landed
Dude,
on
I
a
got
tree.
there's some good tree lines over here, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, bro. That's what I mean. If you do this on a tree line, you say, okay, the 9th mile light is going to be at this point. So we're just going to use this tree as that point and work our way down and go down to the 6 mile. It doesn't have to go up. You know what I mean? You can start it wherever you want, as long as all your math's right for the globe straight line. It's good. So yeah, you could use a tree line if you got some properly placed trees.
I have a hard time though. Listen, I have a hard time imagining 1 mile. This is why I stopped when I was surveying down the beach, because I was like, I done been so far, and shouldn't I have seen like at least fucking 8 or 10 inches of curve? Like, how can it just start curving all of a sudden? I mean, when you start doing this shit in real life, you're like, this is horse shit. It ain't gonna
Bro,
start
it's all
curving.
optical. Dude, it's
What's
all
different about
optical.
this
Like,
fucking mile than the next mile, right?
it's all optical, dude. Just like Skiba showed us with the magnifying lens, it's all optical. This side-on view shit kills that optical shit, though. That optical
It is.
crap.
Hey, plus with skibas, in the way I modeled it, the way it's got to be semi close, even if the sun is intangible. The sun, the fucking in my model, the sun never gets closer to you than 4,000 miles anyway. So if it never gets further than about 5 or 6, and never gets closer than 4, why would it change fucking size anyway?
Yeah, no, bro. It's a good fucking idea, though. Starting at the 6 mile, I like that. You are a fucking genius.
Then we only got to look at a mile. And that shit's not going to be straight. It's going to be fucking warped. Did Jim's earlier, man. Like, it got heated, but it didn't get too bad. But I pissed him off. But they all
Nah,
talking
he's
about
wild with
geodetic
it.
surveyors and all these surveys. It's like, dude, these geodetic surveyors are not the ones giving you your elevations and your topographical maps. They're doing longitudes, latitudes, fucking borders and shit like that. They're not the motherfuckers out there in the nitty gritty going 50 foot at a time checking your fucking elevations. Them are all fucking planar surveys put together, right?
Bro, you just solved a huge problem for us with this start at the 6 mile business. Do you know how fucking huge that is, dude?
Make things a lot easier.
That's a lot easier. Yeah, bro. The first few miles are nothing. 8 inches. What are you going to see 8 inches when you're a mile away or 6 miles away or something? It's worthless to even do the first few miles.
Pointless.
The next miles have to be just as straight. You know what I mean? The 6th to 7th mile and the 7th to 8th mile, those all have to be straight lines no matter what. So yeah. Oh
Even
man,
if they want
I would fucking
even if they won't let us pull it down, Jeremy, if we could start off at the 12-foot mark and work our way up to the 24-foot mark, it's still got to be straight. But what's the difference in pulling it down to the ground? That ain't gonna make no difference at all. But it might even help to pull it up. So yeah, this will tell us one way or another.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like if you start at the ground and you start at the 6 mile, but you're on the ground, it's just not going to be horizontal. Like I said, it's still going to be straight, but it's just going to be at a diagonal, somewhat.
Exactly. That's the good point. That's the
And
first
it
thing they're
doesn't.
going to hit you with.
That doesn't matter though. If it still, it has to be a straight diagonal line. I don't care if it's at a diagonal or a vertical or horizontal. No matter what it is, it has to be a straight line. So whatever.
We've got to be able to optically connect the fucking dots. In other words, we need to be able to draw a mental straight line, or if we take a picture, we need to be able to draw a straight line between the beginning and the end, and that ain't gonna happen.
Bro, I gotta do something after I'm done. Though, I'm gonna go in gems and I'm gonna pitch this to him in a minute, like 20 minutes. But yeah, I'll see you. Unless heads are getting it popping in here, then I'll be back here. I always check here first, but. Gio, you there? Yo, yo. We figured it out, bro.